Ladies and gentlemen, today is Saturday, July 27th, and this is the Pirate Software Game Jam Day 11 competition in which we have 2 weeks to make a fully completed game from start to finish, everything from planning to prototyping to playtesting to publishing. We are 4 days away from the end of the competition. It has been a long and arduous journey at times, but also very fun and rewarding. We are going to be continuing work on our game Spellweaver, which is a Doodle God clone where you take various alchemical elements and combine them together to unlock new elements. So that is in keeping with the theme this year of Shadows and Alchemy. But before we get into that, just a quick announcement. If you are enjoying the work that we do on this channel, make sure to boop the like button, give us a little bit of that like it love, and also if you'd like to support this channel and join us for private members only live streams, you can click the join button. We have badges and emojis, and at higher tiers you can interact with us sort of one-on-one, get consultations and feedback. And so with that, all that out of the way, I may have to leave the stream early today. No 12-hour stream today like we've been doing in the last couple days, just because our studio has some business stuff that we have to take care of, and I'm going to need to be on voice chat for that. So we will try and get as much as we can done today. And towards that end, this is what we've been working on so far. So yesterday, we finished all of our elements. You can see here a list of over 400 that we have just been mass generating using Google Sheets. So filling out all this data very quickly. And as I said, we take elements, combine them together, and that requires recipes. So we did an entire recipe list as well. Excuse me, over 400 of these. Each one is unique in their own right. And so you start with the basal elements, you can combine them up to get more advanced things. So part of our task today will be to be exporting all this data to JSON format and then bringing it into Unity engine. Oh yes, and we also finished making sprite icons for all of those elements. So if you'd like to see how that was done, days 5, 9, and 10 all involved just mass generating art using every trick that I know as a professional artist to quickly churn these out using things like constructive drawing and the technique known as the color boomerang that my friend and mentor Keenan Lafferty had patented. So we will be bringing all of those in as well. And then this is our agenda for today. So we're going to take all of that stuff, convert it to JSON, hook it up in Unity, generate scriptable objects for it. We're going to populate our lists, which we can do automatically because we've been working on a factory pattern to generate that stuff. And that should be 90% of like the core gameplay is just in there because we have the buttons already hooked up and working. So then I was thinking we might work on a hint system or some kind of catalog to help the player to figure out, what are the things that they're missing. Hooking that up using event channels, and then potentially adding a saving and load system so that people can continue their game, because with 400 plus elements, it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to get through all of them in a single sitting. And then once we do that, figuring out how to rebalance our point system. So the more basal elements will start off as, costing only 1 point to conjure, but as we go further and further along, you get higher tiers, means higher costs to generate those, so that you can't just spam them endlessly. So we'll have to tweak that a little bit. Also adding our win and loss condition. So if you run out of points, that's basically game over. Now in the original conception for this game, when you ran out of points, it's not such a big deal because you would then take these elements and use the effects and cards that they produce to go craft a deck builder, and you can go and battle and earn more points that way. But given the time constraints and the scope of this game, I don't think we're going to do the whole deck building card battle aspect, so we may have to cut that and find another solution, either a way for the player to passively generate more points, or to just say that that's the end of the game, nice try, and give them the option to restart. And then the win condition I already have set out, so being that this is a game jam, the Pirate Software Game Jam, one of the icons that we have is for, appropriately enough, the Pirate Software Game Jam. And so if you unlock that, that'll just be like a nice little Easter egg as one potential path to victory. Maybe the other path to victory is that you find all of the elements. And then, depending on how much time we have, we were also considering adding sort of spider enemy AIs so that on the board they come and they collect the elements, just to give you sort of a little bit more of a challenge, so that not only do you have point constraints and light constraints, making it difficult to see, but also you have an enemy AI who's trying to steal your resources away, and so you have a bit of a on the clock crunch time as well. So, and then tomorrow we're going to be focusing on polish, adding sprite effects, music, and sound effects as well, and maybe a shop. So we will take a look at all of that. But first, let's get rid of this. So this is our game as it stands so far. Just load that up. Also, while we're waiting for that, a special thank you to our producer, Dark Mage, who hooked us up with a couple very useful assets, including stuff that will enable us to do music and sound effects tomorrow. He also got us text animator, which I'm not sure that we're going to use in this. We might not have time, but definitely for when we go to do Alchemask, we'll have that available. We also got the all-in-one sprite lighting, which may not be applicable to this. We'll have to see during the 2 days that we do polish. What else did we get? A 2D camera stuff. We also got V hierarchy, which will allow us to make nice little icons here. And we also got hot reload, which unfortunately isn't doing us much good at the moment. I don't know why. Is it because it's not turned on, or there are certain things that hot reload can't do? But we shall see. Hopefully that will cut down on the loading time. Okay, so you can see all of our UI buttons for the elements got generated, but only the ones that are unlocked are actually active. So if we come here, we can hit start. We got nice tooltips. We can turn off dark mode if we want. Turn off tooltips if we want. Excuse me. We can start a new game. And so we've got our points down here. We can, eventually we'll hook these elements up. That's just for the options at the moment. So we click these. And you can see these at least now have the proper icons. So we've got dark, light, fire, earth, water, air. So let's see if, nope, that was an invalid recipe. So they went back. And as we click items, our points count down. So let us try fire and water. Nope, that is invalid. I guess we don't have the recipes hooked up yet. But once we do, it'll spawn whatever that new element is, and it'll pop up another button here in our UI. So again, today's plan is going to be to fill out all the rest of these and hook up all our valid recipes. And as you can see here, to make that a lot easier, we have these two factories that we created to allow us to procedurally create mass quantities of scriptable objects. So you can see we have over 400 of these. Normally you would go right-click create, and you would come here and create one, and then fill them out manually. But we don't have time for that. So we created a more scalable solution. with the thanks of C# and Odin Inspector, and also Newtonsoft JSON serializer. So we can take our JSON elements. If we go to save data, so we have these saved in just a big giant list. And so we can link to our Google Sheets. And we can save to JSON, we can load to JSON, and it will create a list of things for us. And then we go and click Create Assets, and it'll auto-populate all that for us. And then we can also get all of our sprites as well. We can either load them from an asset, or we can load them from our resources folder. So with all of that said, let's get to work. Let me put some music on. Also, if you're in the chat, feel free to say hi. Let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet. Okay. I'll leave this on so you can see what we're doing. So the first thing we're going to do is we're in our elements. So we can export this. Select all, copy. And this is just a plugin that we got. I know that there is a way to link directly from Unity to Google Sheets, but we tried that. That wasn't quite working. So this is the workaround that we have to do, but it's not so bad. And did I type that wrong in the path? Elements. Okay. So I'm not sure what this one is. Maybe this was just a test. All right, so that's just an empty one, so we don't care about that. Let's get rid of you. So we have our JSON elements. So we'll get rid of this. So we called it data list. Data list, colon. And then we have all our data there. So the nice thing about doing this in JSON is that if ever we want to add things or change things or remove them, we can just go back to our Google database, and it's quick enough that we can just regenerate all of these. So save that, and we'll do the same thing for our recipes. So export this to JSON. And this is just a really useful and convenient way to generate mass quantities of data for your game. So if you have an item system and ability system, a weapon system, character lists, data list. I'm going to be doing a dedicated video on this as well after the jam. Okay, so we have those two saved out. And we shouldn't need this anymore. So let us come to our resources folder, our icons. Get rid of all these. So the reason I have them sliced up as individual sprites is so that if we decide we want to add more, we don't have to worry about placing them in numerical or alphabetical order. They'll just automatically be sorted by name. And so then I don't have to go and readjust the order in the sprite sheet manually. In fact, I'm pretty sure Unity has a way that they can just pack all these into an atlas. So like if I were to right click, go to create 2D sprite atlas, then I could pack all those if I needed additional memory space or performance, but since these are only about 100 by 100 in size, that shouldn't be necessary. A single music file will be larger than all of these, but that's just something to consider if you need extra performance. So we'll go to our element factory here, into our sprites. Let's just clear this list. And so now we have resources, icons, elements as our path here. So if we click this, we should be able to load our sprites. We could also load them from an atlas if we so chose, and it'll just slice it automatically. But we need to get the path of the atlas for that. So let's just slice these up. And you can see we have 446 in a whole bunch of sheets. So if I toggle through all these, very nice. And I believe there's a way I can turn, we can add elements if we want. Let's just get rid of that one. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Let's just reload them. See, so even if we get rid of all that, how easy it is to get it all back. I was looking, there's a way to make it so that you can view them all in one sheet, but I guess we won't worry about that. Anyway, so coming here, so we have our list of all elements. So let's just clear that off. And let's get rid of all these. Again, if you were doing this by hand, you might think that's absolutely crazy and your hair would be on fire because all the amount of work that it would take to do that. I'll just turn the AC on for a second. Okay, and we can get rid of our recipes as well, since we're going to be regenerating those. So this is why it's very important to keep logic and data and visuals separated and to have good tools developed. Right, so we have our all elements list recipe, and we don't need this anymore. In fact, let's just get rid of this entire folder. And let's just put that in the resources folder as well. And delete that whole folder, since we're going to keep them all in the resources folder. And do we have a recipes one? Yes. And drag that there and get rid of this folder. Delete, goodbye. Okay, so now all of our, this is just card data that we're probably not going to get to, and then we have event channels, which is fine. Alright, so all recipes, this can get cleared. Let's make a new folder for this. Lists. Just to keep that separate from our do-tooling settings. So now if we come in here, So we have our list here. Let's just clear this. And we hit load from JSON. Give it a second. And there we go. So we have all of our elements. So if we come to like air, for instance, it's unlocked. Element type, I haven't set that up yet. Same with card type and color. I haven't set those up yet. But you saw just how easy it was to create all this. So as we go and our game expands and as we add new elements, we can add new fields to this as well, changing the data on the back end. And instead of having to sit there and go through 400 items, in Unity, we can just do that in a database where everything is all in one place. Very convenient. So you can see we have 439 of these. So if I go to, let's see, page 29, so some of the ones we added last night, like Winged Lion. What are other ones that we added recently? It's like Wumpus was one of them. Yep, Wumpus is all filled out. So all of that nice hard work that we did yesterday, all in that list. And then we click here, create assets, and watch this folder. All right, so it's going to take all of that data from our Google Sheet that we turned into JSON and all of those sprites that we just uploaded. And it's going to drop them all in this folder. It's going to create the scriptable objects, and then it's going to populate them automatically. So going about 30 seconds. So just think for a second about how long it would take you to do even one asset if you had to right-click it and fill out all of the data manually. Probably take you about a minute, right? 30 seconds to a minute. But in that same time, we managed to do 400. And so if I just go through all of these, you can see they all have their proper icons. They've all got their names, descriptions, and all of the other properties that we didn't necessarily fill out. Right, so coconut, coffee. Ones that are unlocked, like Earth, right? And again, we could go through the scriptable objects and change the conjuring costs on each of them. So if there was something specific that we needed to change, we could come in here manually and adjust these. But it just makes sense, given how quickly that we're able to do all this, that we just adjust it in the database. That way we only ever have to do that once. And if we decide we want to reload it, no problem. Right? So that is just a way to generate mass quantities of data very quickly. And this will help us when we go to do Alchemask as well, because we're going to have items and abilities and effects and unlocks and different characters. So being able to reuse this same tool will be a massive improvement. And also if we come in here, so we have our factory class that we made into a generic. So we can store our data class and then our scriptable object class as parameters. So for instance, with the element factory, it extends our base scriptable object factory, taking in element data entry and our data entry SO. So the scriptable object is the ones that you saw in the assets folder, and then this is just a data class to hold our JSON data. And then if we come into setup, this is where we convert it from the JSON data into the actual scriptable object data. And then we call create elements. Should this be create elements? Create assets. Yeah, so we create the assets. don't know why it said create elements there. Maybe that was for the old... Oh, that's for the old one, maybe? Anyway, so we set them all up. I'm sorry, we create the scriptable object. We call asset database.create asset. This will create the scriptable object in our folder and save it so that we don't have to right click and do it manually. And then we, in between that process, before we save them, we set them up with the data that we pass in from our JSON. Apparently that's not necessary. But yeah, very nice, clean, sleek. I don't know why you are here. Don't know why you're here. Don't need that. Leave systems.collection. But yeah, so instead of an element factory, we could do a recipe factory. So using the same concept. So in this case, we're getting the elements from strings, right? So our JSON has a string for the ingredient A, a string for ingredient B, and then a string for the result. So this is just a little helper class that will allow us to get the elements by name. And then we can go through our list of all elements and we can find them and filter it by name. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do this using link as well, but this works well enough. And then just like before, we create the assets. And then we set them up. So here we're assigning the scriptable object based on the name. And then we have saving and loading stuff. This will just allow us to save to JSON and load from JSON. And then we have a save object for each individual factory that just has a list of the string data in it. And so if we wanted, we can make an item factory, we could make a character factory, we can make an ability factory. Using this same generic pattern here. And then all of this is just our Odin inspector code, so that makes nice little tabs and boxes for us and buttons. That way we don't have to make our own custom inspector. So now we have our elements. Let us see if it actually wrote to... Oh yes, and here's hot reload doing work for us so that we don't have to wait for compiling. Let us go to our lists and see. Yep, it populated that list. So if we come here, we have our all elements list. And this is basically just a list of scriptable objects. So we created a unique list, which hash sets allow you to have unique elements. So you can't add the same thing twice, but you can't serialize a hash set or dictionary. So we have this little wrapper class that just returns a list, but it only adds to the list if it can also add to the hash set. Right, so we have our element factory with our list of all elements. So we have all elements here. And then after it sets them all up, it adds them to the list. And it should be doing it in order because our JSON is listed in alphabetical order. Not that that matters because it's going to cycle through and filter it out anyway. So come back to our list. So we have our list of all our elements, 439. Every single one of them. So now we have recipes that we have to do. We have all elements, all recipes. So this also uses a unique list. So we can add, remove, and these are just helper functions so that we don't have to do recipes dot list dot whatever. We can just call them from the main class and just save ourselves some typing with pass-through methods. All right, so now if we go here, so we have JSON recipes as our file name. JSON recipes. In assets resources slash recipes is our path. So assets resources recipes. Right, and so we have our list from here. So if we open that Google Sheets, we have this list. We haven't hooked any of this up yet to our scriptable object, but we could in the future. Again, we can add as many other fields as we want. We don't need sprites for this, but that's okay. So we can just leave that blank. So we load from JSON. Let's just clear this. Load from JSON. Okay, and you see null is just for the ones where, like the basal elements, they don't combine with any, you don't make them from anything, they're already unlocked, so we'll just have null. Might have to get rid of that, we'll see. But yeah, so we have 438 recipes here. I'm wondering if I'm missing one potentially, because we had 439. Very curious. We'll have to see. But yeah, see how it auto-populates them? Imagine how long it would take to sit here and do all this by hand. So now we can create assets, and this should, just like with our elements, So if I remember correctly, there was some issue with the list, like the macro list, the all recipes list, where we might have to drag those in manually by hand, but that's okay. I think what I might be missing is I might have to go and do the get by name, which I don't think I did for the recipe factory. In fact, let's see while we're waiting. Recipe factory, get element from string. No, that makes sense. Right, and we are adding it to the list, okay. Okay, so there's all our recipes. Alright, so air is null, so we don't have to worry about that. Blood and stone, bloodstone. Did I not add bloodstone to the list? bloodstone there. That might be the one I'm missing. No, we've got bloodstone. Not sure why it wasn't able to find it. Okay, but like this is what I'm talking about, how we can just... any manual stuff that we need. Okay, so it didn't create one for bloodstone. That's interesting. So let's go to our elements. So we have blood. There's bloodstone. It's because it's named bloodstone for some reason. So typo. So bloodstone, bloodstone, bloodstone. Yep. And just like that, our database is corrected. I'm not going to regenerate it because it's just the one. Like we could go through and regenerate it, but I'm not going to do that just for this. So let's go back to our recipes. And bloodstone. There we go. See? See how easy that was? Hey, Scapegoat. Finished your game, so you're just doing some playtesting for a bit? A few people are getting stuck with your attempted diegetic learning, but most people are figuring it out pretty easily. Awesome. Yeah, so I plan to do a stream or two where we just go through and play a whole bunch of people's games online and give feedback. So if you're somebody who's entered into the game jam, make sure you subscribe and join us for that. But I did see your demo in the Discord. Looks very nice. Very smooth platforming. Anyway, back to what we were doing. So we finished all our elements, we finished all our icons, we finished all our recipes. So now we're just hooking them up in Unity, and I'm just going through and making sure, like we already found one typo and corrected that. So just going through, making sure, oh, here's another one. So air and water for cloud. Okay, so why is cloud not working? Let's go to our list. And that would be, I think that's the one we're missing. Okay, so insert row. Cloud. Cloud. Just copy all this. And the reason why we're adding it to the database is if we ever need to regenerate our list, then all of that will be in there. And so we only have to change them manually this one time. Let's see. What can we say about cloud? Art of divination is seeing shapes within the clouds. Okay. And so here, if we come to our elements and we look and yep, we don't have one for cloud. So we can right click and create that one manually this time. Paste in the description, cloud. There we go. And the color doesn't matter for right now, but whatever. Okay. So we only have to manually create it that one time. And because we changed it in our database, it future-proofs us. So now we come back to our list of, excuse me. Oh yeah, so our recipe list did update, but did it have cloud? Yep, cloud is here. Okay. And bloodstone, just make sure that's here too. Bloodstone, yes. Okay. So go back to all of our recipes, to cloud. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Cloud. So now we can add the cloud element as a result. Okay. Let's continue on. Any others? Oh. Dark, that's fine because that's basil. Dolphin. What happened with dolphin? Dolphin. Spelled correctly. Recipe. Dolphin. Ocean and beast. So I'm guessing that maybe ocean didn't get generated. Let's see. Looks like ocean is not an element here. Okay, so let's add that. And what can we say about the ocean? Percent of earth water. Earth is 97.2% ocean. 97.2% ocean. Okay. So that's another element that we forgot to add. Pretty sure if we go to elements, search for ocean. Yep, so we have the recipe for ocean, but we don't have the element for ocean. So let's just add that. Okay, and just make it blue for the hell of it. Not that any of this matters right now. Okay, and go back to our recipes, to dolphin. Using our search bar to help as well. Okay, so that should be done. Earth, that's basil. Weaver and cloth, it's fabric, if I recall. So let's see what's wrong with that. right, so we don't have fabric. Not all caps. So interestingly, fabric is an acronym also for forward and backwards, reverse inverse kinematics, spelled differently, obviously. Okay, what can we say about fabric? Quotes about fabric. Interesting. And fashion. I think we might have actually changed it to leather. Did we change that to leather? I thought we did. Well, it's fine. In this instant language. Okay. So our recipes for fabric. Okay. So we don't have element for fabric. So let's create that. And actually this is a good test comparison because, as I was saying before, you can see how long it's taking me to do each one of these manually, and in the same amount of time I was able to do the entire list just with our automation process. Okay, so that's fabric done. Oh, we also need to regenerate our all list, which is fine. I'll do that in a minute. Recipes. Because that'll be important for the buttons. Okay, fabric. Oh, what are you? Fertilizer. Saltpeter, because we spelt it wrong, I think. Pretty sure I spelt it with an R-E. Yep. Spelt with an R-E, so it wasn't able to find you. But the element itself should be there. Saltpeter. Okay, easy enough. As for fertilizer, fire is basil. Fog was air and what? Air and cloud, which we didn't have cloud before, so now we do. Frigate, that was because ocean, which we didn't have, and now we do. Hippogriff. What's wrong with hippogriff? Hippo and griffin. Is that because I spelled griffin wrong? Yes. So we come back here and spell it correctly. Okay. See? Easy little fixes that don't take too long. This is the power of automation. Incubus. This is also why we go through and test male, because that should be man. Any others? And this is also good because this is informing us of typos and missing elements in our database, rather than having to sit there and play test it and wonder why it's not working by going and checking these. Let's see, so ocean. Right, because we didn't have that. So just a few minutes spent going through and manually checking these will save us tons and tons of debugging time later. Rain was cloud and water, I believe. Let me just verify that. Rain, yep, cloud and water, which we didn't have cloud, so... Rubido? Probably a spelling thing again. Rubido with an I. Here is Rubido with an E. So that should be with an I. And check our elements. Rubido needs an I. Ultimately, it doesn't matter either way as long as it's consistent. Okay, almost to the end. A few more. Skyscraper. It's glass and house, I believe. Glass and concrete. Which was cement, not concrete. Same difference, but as far as the algorithm is concerned, it doesn't know. Yep, cement. Okay. And what else? Storm was, I believe, wind and cloud. Keep opening up Visual Studio for some reason. Storm, wind, and cloud. Yep, easy fix. Okay, what else? Succubus should have been woman, not female, if I probably messed that up. Let's see. Succubus, yep. Let's say woman. Wall was brick and cement. I bet you that's the issue here. Wall, brick and cement. I guess we could make concrete its own element, but we're here now, so. Water is basil. And world was ocean. Right, remember, like 92% ocean. Okay, and that is all of the recipes sorted. So now we just have to go back into our lists and clear this. And clear this. And so we can just manually do this. And manually do this. Doing the automation is nice because it will just regenerate this for us, but since we're only doing a couple manual touch-ups, I don't necessarily mind. So now we're up to 442 elements. And how many recipes? $438 recipes. So that tells me there is a difference of 6. Which should be fine because air, earth, fire, water, light, dark don't count. No, it's a difference of 4. So there are 4 recipes. 4 elements that don't have a recipe. Right, 438 here. 442 here. All right, I'm not necessarily going to worry about that because whatever it is probably higher up in the chain. So let's see, what is something that we added later? Winged lion, manticore, I think. Wumpus. All right, I'm not going to worry about it, like I said. Okay, so now we go to our alchemy manager. And let's just duplicate this for now. So the only ones that should be unlocked at the start are the main 6. Hey Sam. You're watching some videos on making tile sets and got me in recommendations. Now you're interested in what game this is. Well, you were about to see in a minute once I hook this up. Because we just finished double checking all of our content that we generated. So we made 440 elements. And then we generated a whole bunch of recipes to combine them. Okay, so unlocked should only be air, earth. You're a bit new. Any advice for your first game jam? So I would go and check out our video called Game Design Document Comprehensive Guide, because on day one, if you watch the day one stream of the jam, that's what we wound up doing. And that goes through essentially the entire process from start to finish of all the things that we want to do, all the things that we need to do, all the things that we're going to learn, all the tools that we need. So I would start with that. And then once you have a GDD down, then the next step would be to make a prototype. Start with something small that you're able to do. If you're new, don't treat it like you're going to make your dream game. Treat it like you're going to make games in order to learn how to make games. Okay, so we have our unlock, Alchemy Manager, excuse me. Copy, paste. Fire, light, water, 2, 3, 4, and missing earth. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we have air twice for some reason. Okay. Hey, Anti-Cupid. Been seeing my videos pop up more and more. Keep up the grind and good luck in the jam. Thank you very much. I am just saddened that all the work I did on my custom thumbnails are not showing through in search because YouTube is being a butt and their algorithm is sucking at the moment. But I'm glad you're finding our videos helpful. Their current skill set, you suck at coding and art. Usually takes some time, so a month is what I'm thinking on a game as basic as Contra. Yeah, Contra is a very good game for you to learn. So I don't know what engine you're using, but if you were using something like Unity, for instance, Unity has very good built-in 2D core engine. And so it'd be very easy just to use a couple rigid bodies and some colliders to get basic running back and forth going. You can look up plenty of tutorials on how to just do basic side-scrolling platformer and also just shooting. So what I would suggest is if you have a game in mind like Contra. Oh, you're going to do it in Godot? Okay, so I don't personally know Godot, but you could look up somebody like Brackeys, for instance. He has some good tutorials on that. But basically what I was going to say is if you have a game that you're trying to replicate, then what you should do is use your game design document as a way to break down all of the systems in that game. So for instance, you have running, jumping, shooting, right? You have enemy spawning, you have enemy AI. Okay. So one thing I talk about a lot in programming is the idea of separating out logic from syntax. The logic is what do we mean by whatever, and then syntax is how do I do whatever. So if we have like a character, for instance, saying like, what do we mean by a character? Well, you have a visual component. What do we mean by a visual component? Well, we have a sprite. Okay, so does your engine have a way of rendering out a sprite? And you just keep asking like a 5-year-old, getting more and more and more and more specific until you find something that either the engine has a pre-made tool for, or it's something that you know how to code yourself on the back end. Right, so we say like, okay, we have a platformer. So what do we mean by a platformer? Well, we mean that you have like a ground check ability. So what do we mean by ground check? You may do like a raycast or something like that. And just keep asking yourself how to do that and keep breaking macro systems down into smaller and smaller bits. And that's the way that you eventually become good at programming. And then the syntax is just a matter of taking that and translating it into the language of the engine or the code that you're trying to develop. It'd be your first ever game jam for a college ever. Nice. So your college is actually hosting it. Very cool. So if they're doing it in December, what you can do between now and then is practice and make clone copies of existing games just to figure out how to do that. One thing that I recommend to a lot of people you can do the 20 game challenge. So just like you were talking about replicating Contra, they have a list of a whole bunch of different classic games like Asteroids, Mario, Frogger, Breakout, I think that's Gattaca, Pong. And so the idea would be that you use these as a template to try and recreate these games. So here's a list of all the different games that they have. Flappy Bird, right? You can find tutorials online for how to make Flappy Bird. It's sort of the hello world of game development. Pong is essentially the original video game. Jetpack, Space Invaders, a whole bunch of different genres. The original Mario. So if you can figure out how to make these, right? The original Donkey Kong with the barrel throwing. Original Legend of Zelda, the top-down 2D version. So figuring out how to make these will then give you skills and confidence in order to make a bunch of different games. So original Command and Conquer. So if you want to do an RTS, Dune actually I think was the original RTS, even before Command and Conquer and StarCraft. And they have a difficulty level as well, so like Pong and Breakout are extremely simple. And you just go down the list and you work your way up based on which ones you think are interesting and which ones you're capable of doing. Right, Chrome Dinosaur Games, so if you've ever seen that. Right, so if your browser ever crashes, you can play this little game where it's basically just a little pixel art thing where you jump over cacti. So that would be my recommendation for how to get started in game dev. Is my studio launching some original games, or are we still in the process of making them? So technically we have a game already published, which we put in for the Lost Relic Game Jam, called Spirit Chain. It's just a prototype. It's not very big or exciting, but it's certainly playable. And then in the GDE video, we talk about a game called Alchemask that we're working on. Right, so this was our entry into our very first game jam, which was the Lost Relic Game Jam. So if you want, you can play that. And then we also have an app that we created. So if you're into randomizers for Zelda or Donkey Kong 64, for instance, we have a tracker app that you can use to and just keep track of stuff. It's got very nice graphics that I worked hard on, spending many weeks. It's got maps to show where different items are. It's got Notepad built right into it. It's got shop list built right into it. So that is something that we work on. So you don't have to just make video games, you can make apps. So plenty of people make, so like if you've seen Thor's channel with Pirate Software, or Code Monkey with his channel, they've got little stuff scrolling along the bar and integrated with Twitch and YouTube chat. Aya has a bunch of stuff like that as well. So you can make apps in addition to games. But in answer to your question, let me just pull this to the side real quick. Go to Google Drive. Let me pull this up. So this is a game that we are going to be developing after the Game Jam, called the Alchemask. It's basically a twin-stick shooter in sort of the same vein as something like Binding of Isaac. But having been playing Cult of the Lamb on stream every Sunday for the last couple of weeks, I'm starting to wonder if maybe we should lean more into either the 2.5D route or incorporate elements of that, where you also have like base building and crafting and stuff. But in the game design document video, the comprehensive guide video that's on our channel, we go through this entire thing. So if you want to see what that game is like, you can read through that. And just a bunch of placeholder art for now. Got like a bunch of cute characters that we're working on. Eventually turn into plushies and keychains and stuff. Yep, it's got goth vibes to it. Yep, I love the goth vibe. Right, so we were working on our alchemy manager here. So this should be working now. Let me just double check this. Alright. So you've got that, and for each recipe in unlocks. Okay, so I think we still needed to figure out how to add them to the unlocked one. For each one in unlocked recipe. I guess for right now we can just put all recipes. Just to test. Alright, so if I do it with just those 6 unlocks, it shouldn't do anything yet. Alright, so while that is loading, I'm going to take the opportunity to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And we're back. Hey, Taryn. Good afternoon, good evening, and if I don't see you, good night. Alright, so let us start a new game. So we have fire, earth, air. For some reason, airplane was unlocked. Ah, okay. So already I'm seeing a problem here, where they all have green color. So let's see, fire and air. Yes, so we have a couple things that we need to fix here. Beginning with turning these all white. This was mainly for the card generation, not the actual sprite icon itself. Alright, so that's step one. Let's just make sure that doesn't happen again. Okay, and then coming to our elements, selecting all of them at once. Should be able to edit all of them at once, I think. Okay. Then we also need to figure out why airplane was unlocked. Turn you off. Okay, so then we need to come into our alchemy manager. For right now, this will be all recipes. So eventually we're going to need to make a hint system to give the player an idea of how to progress if they get stuck. So let's see. So now this should be working. So we should be able to combine elements. Did we make Rune Fencer? No. Newtbox Studios made Rune Fencer. I'm just a super fan. Of their game. Just checking Discord while we wait. But yes, like I was saying at the beginning of the stream, for those of you who weren't here, I'm not sure how long we're going to be going. I may have to end the stream early, so no 12-hour stream this time, just because my producer and my partner and I have to go over some business stuff relating to the studio, and that requires me to be in voice chat for that. But it's not stuff that we're going to be sharing with you guys, so I may have to be off stream to do that. Yes, I do know Newtbox, and the game is amazing. In fact, you can find whole playthroughs of it on my channel. Okay, let's come back to this. Start new game. Alright, so we only have 6, that's good. So let us make a whole bunch of these. And combine. Yep, and we got a new element. So we got energy. Dark and light. Make shadow. Earth and water. Make mud. Okay, so we have mud here. Let's try mud and energy. Yep, that made mudslide. Cool, so that's working. Yep, you saw the playthrough and got you curious. All right, so next thing we want to do is let me hide the title canvas here. And our spotlight canvas for now. So because we don't have the deck building stuff yet, let us... Where is our HUD buttons? So we have duplicate that. This is going to be hints. Okay, so let us come to our scripts folder. Under element system. Under UI. Create a hint button. Yep. We'll look for you on the Discord. Alright, take care. I'll be here tomorrow. Alright, so we don't need the factories open right now. Close the factories. So let's go to UI hint button. So we need a reference to our tooltip trigger. And then private string title, private string body text, Select default title. Default body text. So when that starts, default title equals tooltip dot title text, default body text equals tooltip dot body text. We need pointer exit handler. So when we exit, tooltip.title text equals default title text, and tooltip.body text equals default body text. Thank you, Visual Studio, for figuring that one out. All right, so then we need a list of all our recipes. Serialized field required. Recipe list SO. Unlocked recipes. Alright, so this will be a public void provide hint. Alright, so we need to cycle through unlock recipes, find one that's available, continue if one or other or is locked, continue if result is already unlocked, get title what did I want to say? Get name of A and B elements. Just trying that. Okay, so cycling through the recipes, we need for each of our recipes and unlocked recipes. So dot recipes let's see, if recipe dot results dot unlocked equals true, so if it's already unlocked, continue. If recipe dot result dot dot ingredient A dot unlocked so if it's not unlocked, right, so if ingredient A is not unlocked. Ingredient B is not unlocked. Continue. If the result is already unlocked, then we don't need to worry about it. If either of the ingredients is locked, then we don't need to worry about it. And this is where I could be using link to be like, you know, first or default kind of thing. And sorting through the list. So this is just going to get the first one each time. Recipe to try. Say recipe. If you make it through all that, then we'll say it equals the recipe and return. Alright, so that should just get the first one. So then I'm going to say title equals try combining and then body text will equal string literal recipe to try dot ingredient A maybe we put this inside here. If recipe to try equals null, I guess we started off as null. Text equals it looks like there are no valid recipes at the moment. Try unlocking more at the shop. Okay. And then or an error occurred, and then try combining that with recipe to try dot ingredient B. And then we'll try shaking those two buttons in the UI. And if this fails, shake tooltip window. All right, so let's just try that. Tooltip dot title text equals title. Tooltip dot body text equals body text. Wash and stretch one shot to UI buttons. Flash buttons. $A equals recipe to try dot ingredient A dot spawn button. And tool window let's see, tooltip window dot do dot transform dot do shake position. Let's just make this transform. Dot do shake position. Title tweening. Serialized field. Private float. Duration equals 0.25. Private float shake power equals 5, I guess. Duration shake power shake vibrato make that a field. Vibrato equals 10. It should, because it's a transform. This extension method overload. Got do tweening. Oh, does that only work on camera? should work on transform. We used it before. Do shake. We did this before. What's wrong? Do I have to call transform? Why is it working here? Curious. Well, let's make this tooltip. Tooltip window dot transform. Shortcut extensions, camera float into requires a receiver of type camera, but we didn't require a receiver of type camera here. Just try copying all of that. Maybe I spelled something wrong. Big duration. Weird. Float duration, strength, vibrato. It's like, why is it working there? Anybody have any ideas on why this isn't working? Right, you're very obviously a transform component. Right, you very obviously can do that. If we just try that. Okay. Because vibrato is an int. That's why. Okay. Message received. Okay. Let's see. Let's call these button A. Call this button B. So you're a game object. So we should be able to say button A dot get component type of squash and stretch dot play one shot. All right, let's try that. So if we click our hint button, it should cycle through and pick two of the ones that we already have and tell us to try that. Okay. So let's come back to our hint button. Stay hydrated. And then we also need to add win condition. I also feel like maybe these buttons should be a bit bigger. But first things first, so we have our icon, and off screen I went ahead and made a couple more icons. UI. Try the pink one, I guess. Just so it's a little bit different from that. Sorry, 1 second. Check this. Okay. Kind of feel like maybe this should be yellow. And then settings. Oh yes, we also have one for the shop now. And you don't need deck builder or battle mode because we're not utilizing those. And our gear. I guess for now you can be blue. Okay. So hint, click to receive hint about 2 elements to try. Shop. And then catalog. So we're going to have to do something with that. So let us make a new canvas. Canvas. And this will be pop-up canvas. So make an image. And where is our card? Is that native size? Make you 3. Five by Actually, I have an idea. There we go. And add a shadow. -5. Okay. And just make it pi for shits and giggles. Then we need text. Title and body. Make you centered. Auto size 24. A quick brown box jumps over the lazy dog. Back my box with 5 dozen liquor. So I forget what these are called, but these are 2 sentences where each of them uses all of the letters in the alphabet. Okay. And okay, so to this we'll add a, where's our options? Close button. Q minus 150, no, 140, 10, sure. Okay, and on button click, you're going to close this. Add a canvas sorter. Pop-up canvas, canvas sorter, hide. Okay. Scale with screen. Whoa, that's really big. Let's just make you 1.5. Title. And body. You can be between 12 and 18. Make you justified. Okay. Title, you can be 20. And create empty parent. Vertical layout group. And except why are you appearing horizontally? Okay, let's forget about that entirely. Okay. So close button. That looks pretty good. Do you have a shadow? Doesn't matter. Okay, so now instead of using the tooltip, let us create a script for pop-up window. Serialize fields, private, smash ProU GUI, middle body, public void set text, string title, string body, title text text equals title, title, not tile. Text text equals body. Okay. And public void show window. And then we need required let's just do here require component type of canvas sorter. So let's do this. Required. Can't type today. Private canvas sorter. Canvas. Canvas dot show. Public void can or hide. Canvas dot hide. Public toggle. Canvas dot toggle. All right, so whenever we set the text, we're going to show this. And then we can just click off of it to hide it. All right, so our hint button, instead of that, we're going to say pop-up window, window. Let's get rid of that. And we're not affecting the tooltip, so we don't have to do anything with that. So just say window. Window.setText title body text. Let's just shake that. And then don't need this anymore. Which means we don't need this anymore. Need this to be inside here. It's because we need it to be available first. All right. So that should work. And our pop-up canvas can go on a level directly below our tooltips. So thankfully we have a layer already sorted for that. Just make use of the error window there. Just checking chat while we're waiting. Should make sure that I have hot reload on. And that it's running so that we avoid this kind of thing. That's the whole reason why we got it. Hot reload. Yep, okay. And you can go up there for now. Some Unity instances don't have hot reload running. Make sure that either hot reload is installed and running or hot reload is stopped. Recompile. Nope. Okay, we don't need to see that right now. All right, we'll just leave that. Okay, so pop-up canvas. Yes, we need the graphics raycaster. Yes, you can hide this on start because it doesn't need to be. I guess you can go on the confirm layer. I don't think we have anything on loading screen layer. Okay. So now it should tell us if we pop this. Let's make sure our button is working first. HUD buttons, and this is where I should be using the hierarchy. All right, so when we click our button, right, so we need to add our hint. Okay, so we need a pop-up window, and this is what the required attribute in Odin does. Because we didn't add this yet. So title. Actually, rather than having it here, let us make a empty parent window, add you here. Always good to delineate things out. Hint, you need a pop-up window. Okay, and squash and stretch. Play one shot, and so when we click that, we don't actually need that because the hint class is taking care of that. So we need this to provide hint. And that should be working. So now we come into play mode. Wait for it to load. All right, let's check out the competition while we're waiting. See what everybody else is up to. People making nice little 2D platformers and top-down stuff. I'm going to be very excited to stream all of these. Or maybe not all of them, but... Ooh. That one looks very interesting. Alright, let's hide that for now. Okay, so we got all our elements spawned in. And I guess we can also have it be when it starts a new game, it'll pop up with some instructions. Okay. Turn off dark mode for now. We'll leave tooltips on. Okay. We click the hint and it is not showing up because Pop-up canvas. Did we not call show? That might be. It should be calling show here. Let's see. Window.show. Pretty sure you have a show method, yes. Okay. Turn this off, because we don't need that. Screen base overlay. And that's the reason why we put it in an empty container. Okay. So let's try again. So how are you all doing today? The other thing I want to do is hook up the scroll rect so that as we get more and more elements, we'll be able to easily slide back and forth between them. And so then for now, the catalog button is just going to be showing all of the unlocked ones. So similar to our UI buttons, but it's going to show the recipes. I think that'll be a very helpful quality of life thing so that people don't have to remember what they all do. They can just look them up. Which means we're going to have to hook up a separate list for our scriptable object. Okay, so new game. This is not working because hint. Okay, so squash and stretch is working. Hint button.provide hint is not working. It's not even showing these. That tells me that provide hint is not working, and provide hint is not working because let's add a bunch of debug logs here. Finish showing hint. Praise the Lamb is coming on, so that means good things should be coming to us momentarily. Okay. Quarter to 8. We've been going for 2.5 hours. But at least we have all the content stuff done and hooked up. So this is kind of starting to get into the polish phase, really. And like quality of life things. We still have to do rebalancing on the points. So something I was thinking of as far as the points go is that we know what the casting cost of every item is. So we could go through the entire list and add up all of the casting costs. And in theory, that should get us something close to what we would need for the spell points. And then maybe double that. Yeah. Okay, so it's getting a valid recipe, saying that alcohol is a valid recipe, but it's not going beyond that. So why is it not going beyond that? So it's making it to here. Hey, Alex. Game's a lot more complicated and in-depth than what you have planned. Okay, so I think I figured out. It's returning, it's breaking out of this, so we need to switch this to be its own method. Private recipe so get valid recipe. And return recipe. Get valid recipe. And then we can also use this for like the win condition and stuff. Morning, Prozer. How's it going, buddy? So I don't know if you saw, but we finished all of our recipes and all of our element data and a whole bunch of icons. So we have over 400 of them now, almost 450. So I'm just working on hooking up some quality of life stuff right now so that players can figure out how to navigate through the game. So we're hooking up a hint system at the moment. So if, in theory, we should be able to click this button, it'll bring up a pop-up, and I'll say, try this and this. And it'll also flash the icons. So I'm just testing that out now. So we made a little pop-up window here. How are your games coming along, boys? So even though we have hot reload, it's still not doing it for some things, but it's better. Every little bit helps. Okay, so start with this. Turn off dark mode. I always keep doing that. All right, so we have our hints. There we go. So now it's saying try combining this with this. If I click that again, yep, it's flashing these two. Cool. And you are way too big, sir. All right, so let's make fire and water. So we got alcohol now. So now if we do this, it should get us another one. And that's occurring because it doesn't know that it's already unlocked. So we're going to have to do that in a minute. All right, first of all, let us figure out why this close button is so honking. You're still stuck with your Twitch streaming issue. Turns out with the help of Code Monkey in last night's stream that you're not getting enough bitrate. He had 5K in his stream, you're getting below 500. Okay, well that's good that Code Monkey was able to help you out. That's nice of him. Let us see, we have a game manager here. So let's see, you are doing nothing at the moment. So create help error methods to add unlocked elements, right. So for right now, let us make public void show new game tutorial. Title elements, recipes, title, pop-up, show as field, required, private pop-up window, text area, private string new game title, new game body. Copy those. Title doesn't need to be text area. Game over title. Game over body. Win title. Winning body. Popup window.show. Popup window.set text. So new game title, new game body. Show game over screen. Show winning screen. Game over title. Game over body. Winning title. Winning body. Most of your demo is done, but you have to clean some things up before you submit in a few days. Well, you better get on it. You only got 4 days. You're going to go and play some Getting Over It so that you hate the game again and then focus on development and other tasks. Okay? Have fun with that. Pop-ups. New game. Game over, win. And region. Okay. I guess we can call this here, since anytime we want to show it. And then I love just using block body methods because it makes everything so much more compact. Look at that. Okay. All right. What's next? Unsupported changes detected recompiling. That's fine. Do I know of any good websites to ask people for help with programming questions when you get stuck on a project or concept? Google keeps referring me to Stack Overflow. Well, Stack Overflow is a good one. You can also check various Discords. For instance, I'm sure all of the major game engines have their own Discord. A lot of the people who do tutorials for those engines and for those languages have their own Discords where you can ask people. Right. I also wanted to make it so that this is not doing that. Display name. Ugh. Okay. All right, so if we trigger success, then we need to say if the result is not already unlocked, add it to the unlocked list. Initialize unlocked list through saving and loading on new game. Make it so that it only has starters unlocked. On continue game, get from saved data if there is any. You hate Stack Overflow. Why? I mean, I would have said Reddit, but Reddit is pretty toxic too, arguably more so than Stack Overflow. If you have programming questions, you could always ask ChatGPT or something like that as well. But again, you know, my advice would be find people on YouTube, find people on Discord. Right, so the Pirate Software Discord has a bunch of people who are knowledgeable and stuff. Depending on what engine you're using, so like Unity, I know, has the United Programmers Discord. They have the official Unity Discord. CodeMonkey has his own private Discord for members, so like if you were part of that stream crowd, then you could ask him. All right, so Game Manager, we need the pop-up window. There we go. Welcome. Drag elements. Click on elements in the header. Spawn. Click on buttons in the header to spawn elements. Drag and conjuring elements costs points. Drag and drop elements to combine them. Use the buttons. Use the header buttons to spawn elements. Conjuring elements cost points. Drag and drop them. Unlocking new elements. Drag elements onto the recycling bin to bin or the trash to clear them. Trash loses points, recycling refunds them. Try to unlock them all before running out of points. Okay. It's game over. You ran out of points. Mm-hmm. Can't cast any more spells. Can't weave any more spells. Turn to a menu to try again. You win. Congratulations, you've found the pirate software game jam. Winner is you. Let's make another one as well. Call this game jam title. Body. Unlock all title. Unlock all body. Game jam title, game jam body, unlocked all title, unlocked all body. Show game jam screen, show unlocked all screen. I think your biggest gripe with Stack Overflow is the relevancy issue. So you have a question to ask that hasn't been asked before. All someone has to do is stop you is flag it as a duplicate. I guess. I would say my biggest gripe with them is, you have a question that a bunch of people have been asking and it's been many years and nobody has ever found an answer to it. Make a serialized field, private new game button, private button, transform new game button. Public void show button, new game button dot game object dot that active. It's true. Game object button. All right, so in most instances, we're going to have the show button be false. But in this one specific instance, where we do these, pop-up window.show button true. They aren't very nice to noobs. Noobs need a place to go ask questions when their account doesn't get banned from asking questions for 3 days because one of their questions was stupid. I don't have a lot of experience on that end, so I don't really know what to tell you. I'm not somebody who's gone on there and asked questions. Usually I just look up and somebody else has already had a similar question to me. What specific questions are you looking to have answered? You were asking questions about Pygame? Are there no discords for Pygame? Alright, so after I hook this up, the next thing we have to do is get the unlock system procking. You found the pirate software game jam. Close this. Start a new game. Or close this window to continue trying to unlock the remaining elements. Okay, so starter elements, unlocked elements. I guess for now this can be all elements. So where is our new game button? No, it's not stupid. If people are being assholes to you, then that's a legitimate complaint. I really should be using like event channels or something for this. Points manager reset game manager dot new game tutorial. Right, so I should have like one function that does, it's like start new game that does this and all of this stuff. But for now, just call this new game. I'll probably also make new game a prefab. Game manager, new game. Okay. So when we press that, I guess maybe we should get rid of the shop for now since we're not actually using it. Points manager. Something else I could do is turn this into a scriptable object. That would probably be better. Right, so like pop-up text can just have title and such. Yeah, let's play it and see how we do. So our game is coming along nicely, chat. Just ticked over the 3-hour mark for the stream. So once we get this working, then we'll hook up the unlock system. And we'll know that that's working because it should give us a new tooltip or a new hint every time. Oh yeah, so Prozer, so how did things go in CodeMonkey's stream? I know you mentioned that he was helping you with your bitrate stuff. Got a little smudge on my mouse here. Okay, so turn off dark mode. Right, new game. Awesome. Welcome. Use the header buttons to spawn elements, conjuring elements plus points, drag and drop elements to combine them, unlocking new elements. Drag elements onto the recycling bin or to the trash to clear them. Trash loses points, recycling refunds them. Try to unlock them all before running out of points. Cool. And you are still like really big for some reason. So I might just disable that. What noise is oddly satisfying? That. Alright, so try combining fire with water. So fire and fire doesn't do anything. Water and water doesn't do anything. Fire and water makes alcohol. So now we have alcohol. And we can spawn alcohol with fire. And that gives us whiskey. And alcohol shouldn't do anything. Okay, so let's try our hint again. Yep, it's still saying combine that. So let us, first of all, come over to our window here and just disable this. Because that's just behaving very badly. And we can also go in here and turn off our debug now. Because we know that's working. Right. Alright, so I'm going to leave that for a second. I'm going to go use the bathroom and we'll be right back. Alright, we're back. So, as promised, let's go into our game manager and make a new game. Click void, start new game. So you're going to initialize unlocked recipes to starters only and show start show new game tutorial. Hide title screen. Reinitialize points to starter value. And let's also make this its own class. Pop up window text. Public class, pop-up text, scriptable object, public, string title, public string body, text area. Move this into its own thing. Do that. So instead of this, I'm going to have serialized field, private, pop-up text, new game, text, unlocked all, game jam. Okay. And then let's also make it so that we can take one of these. Public void set text. Just so it'll do it automatically for us. Text.title, text.body, text.show button. That way all I have to do is new game. And then we can go back to nice single line ones, and we also need a game over one. Game over. Pop-up window.set text. Game over. Pop-up window.set text. Game jam. Okay. So then we just got to go make those. Leave that as is so I can make use of the strings that I already have. All right, so initialize, unlock recipes. Title, managers, serialized field, public, alchemy manager, serialized field, public, points manager, serialized field, public, add some other kind of manager here. All right, whatever. We'll just do those two for now. Tooltip manager, I guess, was one. Okay, so on a new game, points manager dot reset score, alchemy manager dot. I guess we don't have anything for that right now. Unlocked recipes dot recipes equals new list dot clear dot recipes equals new recipes starter elements. Make this starter recipes. Starter recipes. No. Why does this not work? Add. I guess I could just do that. But then we have to go into our unique list. Hmm. All right, let's just add them one by one because I don't feel like messing with that right now. For each bar recipe in starter recipes, start recipes, unlock recipes dot add recipe. Tried to join the Pygame community edition server, but you got blocked by Discord's reCAPTCHA. Apparently being unable to see well means you're not human. Oh, that's unfortunate. Should be able to try again though, right? Okay. So what we should do is serialize field, public, canvas sorter, title, canvas. Failed over a dozen times. Aw. Can you like zoom in on the screen? Does it let you do that? For methods to add unlocked recipes and elements to the respective lists. Let's see. Public void unlock elements. Unlocked elements dot add element. Recipe data SO. Unlocked recipes. Add recipe. Sorry, I don't know how to help you with that. It's not like I can go over there and do the CAPTCHA for you. Yeah, there should be accessibility options. Right, we shouldn't need this anymore since it's doing it automatically. And then in our alchemy manager, if the result's not already unlocked, add it to the list. Initialize unlocked list through saving and loading. On new game, make it so that starters. Continue get from saved data. Okay. Game manager dot instance dot unlock element recipe dot result. Event channels. See if you can ask Draki in the Discord. Ping him. He might know a solution for that, since he's much more tech savvy than me. Speaking of Draki. Just replying to stuff regarding our meeting later. When drawing sprites, is it best to separate everything into layers, i.e. body from hair, etc.? So like we were talking about the other day, that kind of depends on whether you're doing them as rigged animation or if you're just doing flipbook animation. So for instance, right, if you're doing rigged animation like this, then I would suggest separating them out into different layers. In fact, Dryden was talking about this in his most recent devlog when he's redesigning his boss. Light hoof Dryden.
Hello and welcome.
So Dryden was doing this in his game, where he's got this kind of like cloth-like physics. So those would have to be separated out into their own elements. Whereas if you were doing let's see. If you're doing something like this, where it's just doing a sprite swap, then you don't have to separate them out into their own layers. You just have to make sure that each frame is separated enough into a sprite sheet. So something like this would be the way to go if you're doing that. As a matter of fact, massive monster animation, 16 hours. Bolt of the lamb animation. There should be a 16-hour long stream. Alright, I can't find it right now. I have it saved somewhere. But that would be something to look into if you wanted to do more of the rigged animation and see the way that they do it to get this kind of effect. So it really depends on whether you're doing frame by frame or fluid animation. Hey Framplay, is Asprite worth it? If you're doing pixel art, Asprite is very much worth it. If you're not doing pixel art, then there's really no point to doing it. But a lot of game devs that I know who do pixel art games, they use Asprite. For instance, alright, so Adam C. Eunice is your guy if you want to look into pixel art using sprite animations and Asprite. So just copy that down. Okay. Still no luck? Did you ask Draki? Let me text him real quick. Okay. Someone has a question for you about CAPTCHA accessibility issues with the iGame community. I told them to ping you in Discord. If they do, can you follow up on that? Alright, so I gave him a heads up. So over in the Discord, which you can use the pinned comment link if you're not already a member there, just go into like general, for instance, and just do @ and then Draki3K, and you should be able to ask him. And hopefully he will know better than I, or he can point you in the right direction. Okay, so back to scriptables. Create a folder. Call this Popup text. Create. Wonder why I have that under config. I can't remember. Anyway, do one called Game Over. New game. Game Jam. And all right, so again, we're just focusing on building out useful tools that we can use in other projects. Discord has been locking all sorts of things behind reCAPTCHAs lately. You lost a Discord account to them a few days ago. So does that mean you're not able to log into the Circuit Discord to ask about how to log into Discord? Because if that's the case, then I would say just see if you can find a way to contact Discord directly and troubleshoot the problem with them. Because that's really, like, beyond my skill level. The types of stuff that you're dealing with. It's unfortunate, I feel bad for you, but I really can't help with that. I'm sorry. Game Manager. So new game, Game Over, Game Jam, unlocked all. There is a way to make multiple inspectors show up, I recall. Add tab, inspector. So lock that. Game Over. So yeah, if you didn't know that you can do that, if you click the 3 buttons here, you can go down to Add tab, and you can add a duplicate of any of the standard windows. So in this case, I just added a second inspector, and then if you lock this, it'll prevent it from changing when you go over to a different window. So if I unlock this, see how it brings up whatever I'm currently selected over? But I don't want that. What I want is for this to be locked. And that way I can work and just copy stuff from one to the other. Alright, so this is Game Jam body. And then this is unlocked all. Okay, so now I can close this. I don't need this anymore. Let's go to our resources list. Starter recipes. I guess we don't have to worry about that yet until we buy new ones. So unlocked recipes is cleared for now. Starter elements. Alright, so those are our all lists. So starter elements needs stuff. So air. Dark. Water. Fire. Earth and light. Okay, so now we have our starter elements. So these should all be unlocked. And so it'll copy those over. Right, so when we unlock this, all right, we shouldn't need this anymore. Shouldn't need this anymore, or this. Keep that open for now. You have a new Discord account, but no way to get into the old one. Again, try contacting Discord on the back end. All right, so game manager unlock. Element dot unlock. Recipe dot unlock. For each var element in all elements dot elements element dot locked equals false. And this should be element in starter elements dot elements unlock element Yeah, I'm debating whether to do this because this is going to be affecting the scriptable objects themselves. I guess it should be okay. Right, so it clears those, It unlocks everything. Only if it's in the starter elements does it unlock them again. And then it adds them. Okay. Am I using all recipes somewhere? If I comment this out, is that going to break anything? No. Okay. So you can use your new account to ping Draki and ask him. Okay, so we have unlocked recipes. Right, so the only one that needs to know all recipes should be the game manager here. And then we should also do something where we reinitialize the catalog. But we'll do that in a minute. And now that this is done, I can get rid of these strings. I got no strings to hold me down, to make me grin or make me frown. I had strings, but now you see there are no strings on me. So we have our starter elements. We have all recipes, all elements. So as we unlock stuff, this should start populating. So let's see. Right, that's the Lonely Shack. Hide this for now. Can you, I just thought of something, actually. Are you able to, like, take a screenshot of the CAPTCHA and, like, post it in Discord and ask for help with it? And then just have somebody tell you what they are? So, like, if it's a 3x3 grid, be like, you know, item 1, item 5, item 6, item 7. Or if it's one of those letter and number things, then have someone just tell you what the character string is. Okay, so if I hit start, new game. because that is unlocked recipes, not unlocked elements. Create new elements list. Game manager. Did I not save that? We also need this here and this here and this here, which in a proper game, if I had more time, I should be using event channels for this. It has a time limit. Is there anyone else in the room with you or in the house or wherever you are that can look at it for you and help you? I know you shouldn't have to do that, but just trying to get this problem solved in the immediate. What are we working on here? Unlocked elements. And then in the alchemy manager, only your sister, but her eyesight is worse. Man, I'm sorry, dude. That really sucks. I wish I could help you with that. Maybe after the stream, message me, and if I'm done with our studio meeting, I can try and help you with that through voice chat. It's like you could do a screen share kind of thing. And we'll see if we can do that for you. And that way you can log into the Pygame community. Let's see. Alchemy Manager should get this, but then this should be all of the recipes for now. And we'll worry about unlocking those later. This might run into a race condition with order of operations. For instance, our button UI spawner. So instead of this being called here, so then our game manager. So after all of that's done, button UI elemental UI button manager dot instance dot spawn all. Public void. I don't see why it would be locked behind captchas. You could try it now and let me know. All right, let's see if this is working. All right, you finally got one thing working at least. That's good. Something else I have to figure out at some point is how to integrate Discord audio with the stream. Like, I think I have it set up correctly in OBS. That's something Draki and I will have to figure out at some point. That's good. You got into the circuit server, so now you should be able to ping Draki. Yes. And he might be able to help you with this actually in the immediate. Because we're still waiting for our producer to get off of work. Okay, so game manager, points manager. And I should have had the unlock thing open. Let me just check on something real quick. Right. So let me know if you're able to contact him. I already spoke with him. He said he'll try and help you. So if we come over to our lists, We have our unlocked elements. So when we start a new game, this list should populate. And it did not. So why did it not? So we have starter elements. Something about order of operations here. Should be unlock elements. All right, so that is clear. All starters unlocked. Yeah, in general. All right, let's see if we can figure out why this isn't working the way that I expect it should. And then assuming this is working, then we should probably hook up saving and loading so that we can do the continue stuff. It's our lists. Unlocked elements. Did I assign it? Is that the problem? No, it should be telling me that there's a null ref if I didn't assign it. Alright, so start new game. Because I didn't hook it up to the button. Duh. Alright, I'm stupid. But actually that's kind of a relief to know that it's something that simple. So instead of show new game tutorial, we need to go game manager, start new game. And then for this one, same thing, game manager, start new game. Okay, now it should be working. So if this works, this should repopulate our list. And as we combine things, it should be adding to the list. And so then once this is working, then we can add a save method after every time it unlocks. Fingers crossed. Okay. Okay, start new game. No. Variable spawn button backing field doesn't exist anymore. Well, that's interesting. Missing reference exception. Spawn button backing field to reassign. Variable spawn button element SO doesn't exist anymore. because it hasn't been spawned yet. So instead of doing this, we need to say dot unlock equals true. Okay, let's try that. Actually, before we do that, should be able to get away with not doing that. Locked. Dot. All right, awesome. Hopefully it's helping you out. Just checking what in on your conversation here. Okay, let's try this again with feeling. Big money, no whammies. Coming up on just over 4 hours. Because if this doesn't work now, then I'm really not sure how we're going to be able to solve this. And I have hiccups, yay! So my general remedy for hiccups is take a sip of water, hold it in your mouth, hold your breath, wait for the hiccup to go, and essentially it'll force you to like burp, and that should reset your diaphragm. At least that always works for me. Okay. So that's working now, but it's not updating our list. Why? There we go. Okay, interesting. Alright, so that worked. Okay, let's turn the lights off for a second. So we'll make a bunch of these. What? Okay, apparently Void is having issues. Okay. So now we have a whole bunch of them unlocked. So let's see. Fire with water. Did we not do those yet? Fire, water. To make alcohol. Fire with dust. Okay. So fire, dust. Alcohol with earth. Alcohol, earth. Object reference not set to an instance. So our unlock thing is not being updated. Right, because they're not going into the list here. Okay, so that's two issues that we need to solve. So first of all is the issue with the void. So elements come down to void. Right, but it's kind of working. Do I not have an icon for void? Interesting. I guess we don't. So I guess for now, this can be void. So resources, icons, elements. For now, you're going to be void. So go back to our elements. void. That's one issue. Then we come back here to our alchemy manager. And that's why we needed the game manager to do it, because it's adding it to the list. Alright, so we shouldn't need this anymore. So we should say game manager dot instance dot unlock element recipe dot result. And then we should say if element dot spawn button, then element dot unlock. Okay, let's try that. So go to our list. Wondering if it would be worthwhile to incorporate a loading screen because it's going to take a minute for the elements to unlock. Or if I should just leave like a note for the player. Alright, good. Looks like you're getting help. So it likes to do fire and water first, so let's do that. Alcohol with earth. think rather than making it a scriptable object, because the scriptable object is going to need to be saved periodically, that I should just keep it as a list. Oh, and it just updated. Alright, so instead of making it a scriptable object, public static list element so and so who else uses the unlock list? Let's just leave that off for now. And as usual, just in time for Praise the Lamb to come on and things for us to start going right for us. Alright. So Alex, were you able to get the help that you needed from Draki? Should probably put like a loading indicator or something. So hopefully I shouldn't need this. We'll find out. Let's check in on our competition. Apparently somebody's package is way, way, way too large for the competition. That's unfortunate. They forgot to object pool things. Yeah, if you guys are instantiating a whole bunch of stuff, make sure that you either do it up front, like what I'm doing here, or you pool them. So rather than respawning them, you just disable and enable them. Because instantiate and destroy are very costly. Unlocked elements. This new list. Because it wasn't initialized in the first place. In fact, let's do that up here. Then we can just keep this the same. Unpause you. And I think once we get this running, I will take a little break to go grab some food, but I want to make sure that this is running first. And did I serialize it? It's public. Which is probably a mistake. I should probably private serialize it, but... So I click on our game manager, we should be able to see the same list. Because it didn't recompile, because we're doing hot reload. Still no. but you have a list there. Fine, let's just do that. Lazy initialization. Also make this serialized field, private, static. All right, while that's taking a second to load, I will be right back. And we're back. I've returned with chicken. Also, hello, Kriaz. You're also doing a game jam. Is it the same Pirate Software game jam? And if so, what game are you working on? Right, so we were in the process of working on this. I guess it's not showing up because I made it static. I shouldn't make it static because we only have one instance of the game manager. But while we are waiting for that to load, I will eat some of this awesome chicken, and I will be taking your questions. That looks like that's working. So try dark with crystal. Okay. Alcohol with earth. And still getting null refs. Why are we still getting null refs? Do I have to do this as a dictionary? I really would hate to have to do this as a dictionary. It's got to be the ingredient. That's the thing that's not locked. That's annoying. Give me 1 second while I eat this chicken. Feel free to ask any questions or give discussion prompts. I feel like a DJ at the moment. It's like, you are caller number 43. What are we going to do about this, chat? still too hot. But I promise you, you did not want to see me go to town on that delicious barbecue chicken there. It would not have been pretty. Okay, so instead of checking if the recipes are unlocked, let's just check if they're in the list. So if unlocked recipes, if game manager on instance dot and here's where I need it to be public. Contains recipe.results. Right, if the result is contained in there, then we continue. Whereas if it doesn't contain one of the ingredients, then we continue. Okay. So to do is continue so as we unlock new things, then we save data to JSON. Count points. Unlocked elements points. Something else that we should do, make a note of it, is pause game when pop-up window is active. Make it so you can't spawn things and enemies don't move or spawn when game is paused. Okay. Okay. So now this should work. All right, while we're waiting for that to reload, continue eating my delicious chicken. That's the other thing too, is that people ask me, how do I have the stamina to do all these long streams? And it's because I try to do self-care, make sure you get enough sleep, make sure that you're eating, don't be afraid to eat while you work if you have to. Just if there are expectations around it, make sure those expectations are met. Okay, so now we have our unlocked elements. All right, so hopefully this should work. So the scriptable objects are just going to store data for us. But then it's still our job to get that data from them. But yeah, unfortunately, a lot of gamers and game devs don't really do a lot in the way of self-care. They don't eat properly, they don't sleep properly, they don't touch grass, they don't touch sun. They don't get vitamins that they need. So like, even though once in a while you'll see me indulge in ramen and a Coke, that's not my go-to thing. Normally I try to eat very healthy. I try to eat organic whenever possible. So that even though my job at the moment of doing game dev is a very sedentary lifestyle, it's really only for this 2-week period, and then after that, I'm going to be doing streams far less frequently, and being able to go outside and touch grass, and socialize with people. Okay, so start game. Okay, so that populated correctly. Yes, welcome. Like that. Okay. I want to try and see if I can make it so that interesting. So you can do that. You can kind of chain them if you're quick enough. All right, so hint, alcohol with earth. With earth. Okay, next hint, dark with stone. There's a stone. Earth with light. What did that make? Dark and stone. I can't remember. Dark and crystal. Okay, so now that this seems to be working, let's do it in full screen mode, so I can actually see what we're doing here. Because even though having the tooltips is nice, it'd be nice to actually use all of the visual cues and see all those nice icons that we spent so long working on. So probably once this is working, the next thing that I'm going to do is work on the catalog, I think. Just so that the player can see all the things. And my producer is pinging me, telling me it is time for a meeting, but I will just hold off a few more moments on there, just so that we can actually see that this is still working correctly. Alright, cool. My teammates are coming on to see what we're making. Alright, so that... new game. So let's turn off the lights for now, so we can see. Fire and water. I would say maybe instead of doing the first one in the list, maybe we should go in a random order. So like we copy the list and randomize it first. So let's see, alcohol with earth. Air with water. Just spawn a whole bunch of these. Oh, I saw a lake there. Oh, we got void. Alright, what are you telling us to make? Fire and dust. So fire and dust. So once the thing is destroyed, we should probably turn the tooltips off. Tooltip system. Under utilities. Maybe. Where's my tooltip system? Well, I guess we'll just find it this way. Tooltip system dot hide tooltip. And then we wanted to make these a little bigger, so let us go to our UI buttons. And let's do 3. Make a cell size of 100. So they should effectively be double the size. Hey, Dark Mage. Yep. I got your message. So we'll be starting that in a minute. I just want to show off the progress that we've made so far with our entry here. So I have since added a pop-up system and a hint system. The next things after that is going to be saving and loading and working on a catalog. It's cool, take my time. So like I could go another 2 hours if I wanted. If I have to take a break for a meeting and then do like an overnight stream, I might do that. Just so I can keep working on this. Or I might just work on it off stream. And then just show people tomorrow what progress we made. Waiting for Draki to go get his headphones. So that I don't have to do this twice. Well, you said that this was the only time that you had to do this meeting, so... Unless you want to... I don't feel it's something that should be pushed off until after the jam. I think we should get on it now. So if you've got thoughts on all that, then I can have you get all that business stuff started right now while I continue working on this. Also, where's Draki? Get your butt in here, boy. All right, very good. He's coming. Oh. Hold up. And showing off what we're working on first and then doing meeting. something else I should probably do is make it so that if I go off the screen, see how it's kind of revealing the trick? But I guess it's not that big a deal. Anyway, Mage, if you're still here, let me know, and I'll give the tour. Anyway, can't be spending all day on this. So we have our dark and light mode. Toggle that on and off. So if I go to a new game, we got this nice little pop-up here. You can close that off, and I see these are still really small. So let me fix that real quick. Go into our prefabs. Icon button. HUD button, maybe. Make those 50. And then you like the idea for dark mode, but it hides spell points, doesn't it? Yeah, that's part of the point, is that it hides the HUD as well. And then I'm gonna see if tomorrow or the day after I can add like little spiders that come and steal your shit. Just to give even more challenge to the whole dark mode aspect of it. So hopefully this should make the icons a little bit easier to see. While I have this loading, what is what do I have for tomorrow? Tomorrow is polished day. So we still have to rebalance the points. Add win and loss condition. Saving and loading. Alright, so I can take that off my list. Alright, here we go. So just to show things off, I'm going to turn off dark mode. Alright, so I start new game. Alright, I can get hints on ones to try. And those are still too far apart. Let's see if I can fix that real quick. Alright, maybe that should be like minus 50. That's a little better. Some of these are still too small. But anyway, so we close that out, and it'll tell us, you know, combine this with this, and why are you not working all of a sudden? It's not letting me spawn some of them, but anyway, if we do spawn stuff, then it'll unlock them for us. I have to figure out why that's changing all of a sudden. Still telling me fire and water, so we'll get that. And as we unlock them, it'll come up with new stuff for us. So what did he say? Fire and crystal? Dark with crystal. And basically just going through the entire list like that. So I have to figure out what's up with the UI there, but otherwise, that's basically the game. Should do a little announcement thing when you do discoveries. Yeah, that's going to be in the polish section. So like right now, it's just shaking and revealing it. But like now that I have this pop-up, I could certainly do that. Also, you're on the fence with the elements disappearing after a merge. So you're saying I should leave them on the table? Yeah, there's a tooltip for dark mode explaining it's a difficulty bond. Leave them on the table? Okay. I will make a note of that. Leave them on the table after merge. Fix. Fix UI elements. Icons. Not showing proper size. Something non-intrusive and non-interactive. So like if I just had this pop-up show up and say like, you know, you unlocked, and then have the thing and with an image here. So like I could get its description and so forth. And then just have it like sit there for a second and then disappear. We don't want it to interrupt gameplay. I'll have to have a think on that. Add announcement, banner / text, discovering comment. So something like in Isaac, how when you get a new item, it has the thing flash horizontally across the screen. Alright, cool. So that'll be stuff to work on later. All right. Do we want to do this meeting now since we're all here? Then I'll end the stream. All right. You said like about 2 hours, right? Okay. We'll do that then. All right. So for those of you who are watching the stream, I'm going to be ending the stream to go take care of some business with my associates here, and we will be back in roughly 2 hours' time to continue up with the spit and polish and fixing bugs here. But now we have our core gameplay loop all set. We have a massive amount of content all set. And it's just a matter of tweaking and refining it and balancing out the point system, adding win and loss conditions, and then hooking up a save system. So I think we are well underway to having a successful prototype. Technically, the game is playable now, right? So we'll be back in 2 hours' time. Until then, I am Mauricio Dark. This is Circuit Studios. These are my lovely, lovely assistants slash partners slash co-owners slash co-founders, Draki and Dark Mage. And until next time, take care.